stream elements. King_Kuga is now live. Streaming games and demos, snap together Saturday, Zoids RZ-028 Blade Liger Part 4.
existence of this brand is an insult to humanity. Milkshake has no taste, and they always have the audacity to only give you one thin paper napkin, regardless of how much food you order. If you like lottery, I suggest professional psychological help.
Wow.
Hello and welcome to the Abroad Japan podcast, probably the best way of learning about life in Japan without actually being in Japan. I'm your host Chris Broad, and we're joined as always by England's top Japan enthusiast, Mr. Pete Donaldson himself. Pete, how the devil are you doing? What's going on?
1,000 salutes to you, sir. Yes, recording live from London / the south coast / Thames estuary of that there London. I'm good. Did you see, people who watch on YouTube, did you see a little rubber band floating up to the sky there? I was playing with a rubber band. It fell off my finger. It flew up in the air, and I noticed it. I don't know whether anybody else did. So there you go. If you are listening on the old MP3, maybe you want to have a look to see what happened with the rubber band. I didn't come here to talk about rubber bands, Chris. I came here to talk about every single morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. I do this show, and I always have some bit of dog food on my hand, right? And I've spoke about this before. It is horrible. It's disgusting. But when you are removing the contents of a can of dog food, you sometimes get some on your hand, and it's the worst feeling in the world. And you just think about it for quite a while. Well, Chris, I can one up that. At 6:24 on whenever we're recording this, I have got dog food not only on my hand, but in my pocket. I've got dog food in my pocket, and the other is playing a piano. I've got dog food on my hand, and then I put it in my pocket, and I can feel the dog food in my pocket. I'm Dr. Dog Food, who's got dog food in my pocket. It's dreadful stuff, and it's no way to start a day. If that's how I'm starting the day, you know, like when you go into a hotel room, and the first thing you do is do an almighty poop, or something else.
If you're
really. You get into a hotel room, and the first thing you do is you go for a wee, you go for a poo, and if you're feeling fruity, you go for something else. And you've got to understand, from the hotel room's perspective, that's the first time you're meeting, right? So the hotel room is going, right, if that's the first thing he's doing, what's the rest of the time going to be like in here? What other horrible things am I going to see? So, very much, it just feels like that to me. I'm starting the day in an incorrect participation, and I can't get out of it, and I don't feel good about things. All right, so that's how I'm feeling, Chris. You might have journeyed across Japan on your bicycle, and Connor raising all that money and stuff, and your legs might hurt. But hey, Chris, I very much enjoyed the fact that you had, after the journey across Japan, you told me that you had a 2-hour massage. A 2-hour massage to recover. I mean, that is. What was there anything left? I've had a 1-hour massage, and that was like, that's too much, right? 2 hours of massage just on the bottom half. Wow.
Don't think you can escape your midlife crisis monologue just there.
I'm very tired.
What was that all about? You're the sort of person that carries pocket meat around with them, aren't you? You have a little ham
jerky
in your pocket all the
I'm
time.
one of those preppers. I've been watching too much Fallout.
I actually just watched the first episode before I came here. That's why I'm late. I was watching episode 1. Off to a good start, isn't it? Somebody loves the games, well, particularly number 3 and New Vegas. It's off to an exciting start.
It is. Very bloody start as well, but then you do sort of remember, oh yeah, it is quite bloody, isn't it, a video game? I forget that was kind of an aspect of it. I remember like the comedic kind of 1960s futurist notes, but it's very, very bloody. That man getting caught in a door was particularly strong.
I love, like, you know, what they thought the future was going to look like in the 50s. And one of my favourite films is Brazil, which came out, I think it came out in 1985. Yeah. And that is like a creepy, futuristic world. But it's what they thought the 80s would look like in the 1950s. So it's very analogue, lots of cables and things. But, yeah, really good. Lots of great TV at the moment. Been finishing up Shogun. Last episode comes out in 2 days. Diving headfirst into Fallout. And finally watched all of House of Dragon. So I don't know what's happening.
All right, okay, yeah.
I think to get through the cycle, I had to, in the evenings, I would like dive into a hotel room and bash out a few programs and not do unsavoury things in hotel rooms.
He's watching House of Dragon in the bath.
House of Dragon in the bath. That's how you get through a 2-week cycle.
Hotel of Dragon. There's a TV show I really must recommend that we just finished watching. on Netflix called Baby Reindeer, which is about a woman who stalks a man, and that kind of weird relationship a man has, or people sometimes have, with their stalkers, aka the woman from ABBA, who I believe married a stalker, I think. But I think that was the case. But it's this kind of like weird kind of like necessary, non-necessary relationship that a man goes through. True story, with his stalker, and where that brings him, his relationship with his sexuality, a lot of, I mean, if you've ever experienced any level of sexual assault, don't watch it. But if you can't particularly handle something like that, you would imagine. But it's an astonishing bit of work. I think it's the best telly I've seen in a good few years.
Reindeer. So,
Baby Reindeer, and it's kind of, it kind of puts me in mind of like that kind of weird parasocial relationships that a lot of people in your job, Chris, to a lesser extent I do, have with people. So it's a really interesting story.
Parasocial. I mean, that's kind of like I always struggle to define what that means. Is it?
I think it just means that kind of like you're too available. I think, and the whole reason why your whole reason for making money and having a career involves giving a little bit more of yourself than you actually possibly should do. I think maybe these relationships used to be very one way. I produce something, you watch it, I get money and fame. Thank you very much. And relationships with people usually.
It's a funny old thing.
But now it's very, with social media, you give so much of yourself, and you're so available, and people feel like they have a piece of you when in fact they really shouldn't.
They really shouldn't.
They really shouldn't.
It's a hard thing to know where the line is.
You want a piece of this? He's got dog food in his pocket. You want a piece of
funny,
this?
Really? Oh, God, pocket meat, Donaldson. It's a funny old thing, really. When I started out doing this, I didn't even put my full name in the videos. And that's why it was like 4 years in before people were like, Chris Broad, abroad in Japan, it's a pun! Right, because I didn't tell anyone my name, and I kept it under the radar for the first, it must have been the 2-3 years, because I was like, I just wanted to pop up, make a silly video, and then sort of fuck off and disappear back to the rice fields of North Japan. And now you can look up every sort of facet of my life, and as you do with a lot of influencer folks, you get past the 1 million subscriber mark. You've got the book, you've got the website, you've got YouTube videos. It's a very odd thing. Somebody who doesn't overly enjoy. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I don't
like people.
Doesn't feel
like people, Lynn.
It's like it's really hard to explain it, really. I guess that's why I have to try and separate who I am in videos with who I am in real life. Like the entertainer kind of me, the sarcastic twat on screen is subtly different, only subtly, to the real life me. But no, it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to know where the line is. But
it must have been hugely.
What a weighty topic to be discussing on my birthday. Because I'm
come on, it's Chris's birthday. Chris, you're getting to that point in life where it don't matter, my friends. People ask you what you want for your birthday, and your mind goes blank, and you've got no idea. So happy birthday, Chris. Happy
Thank
birthday. How are you celebrating your birthday? I can't believe I've stolen a bit of it. To be fair, you did choose the day to record this, so you should have known it was your birthday.
It's true. It's not Pete's fault we're recording my birthday. I got a few days. I got a little hike actually this week. Having just got back from blowing my legs off, I'm now going to hike up a mountain. I went out last night with some friends. The usual bunch, and had some. They bought me some cheese. Got some nice gifts. Connor and Ian bought me cheese boards, which I will dispose of tonight.
Carrying some sweaty cheese through the streets of Shinjuku. Very enjoyable.
Well. Connor was like, I got you the Ferrari of cheese boards, and it's just a massive block of camembert, which is good to be fair. I'm not going to argue that. And Ian got a really nice cheese board. He's like, okay, mate, I got you this. Ian's got this nicely chosen selection.
Right.
And Connor's like, a big piece of camembert. Right.
He's going for He's going for look how much camembert there is for that amount of money, and Ian's gone for a beautifully curated Lovely bit of cheese.
That's right. And I think Pete and Paul got me some Kenobi gin. The gin that I famously drunk and got annihilated on while I did that awkward sponsored live show for Kenobi gin 3 years ago. Yeah. Where I got...
It's a great advert, really, isn't it?
if you want me to... If you're going to hire me to, like, promote your gin, don't give me all the gin, because it's not going to go well.
Exactly.
Chris, lovely team.
Chris, how are you going to walk up the side of a mountain and do these feats of endurance when you have gout? You eat like You eat like a Victorian strongman or a lord.
It's all that camembert, isn't it? The camembert.
It's all that camembert. Yeah, we'll get you.
Actually, I think today is the first day my legs feel normal, and it's been what, a week or so.
Right.
It's actually been a week already. Jesus. Yeah. My legs are fully operational once again, just in time to be ruined up a mountain in the central Japan Alps. It's gonna be nice though. I'm looking forward to it, and and Charlotte got me a nice diorama of like a Japanese town, like she had to painstakingly make. Did a really
I love those
job
things. I think they're cracking.
They're really cool, yeah. And they're actually, you might have seen it if you're in the UK, or they've got the every bookstore's got the Abroad Japan book in it at the moment, and they've got a few of those around. But they're so good. They're such detail. It's like a little book. What do you call it? Like a bookshelf. You put the end of your bookshelf.
What do you call them? Bookend. A bookend.
Bookend. Yeah. And it's got like a whole little world in there. There's like a river and a stream and a street and a shop and a train. It must have taken her ages, and I always feel bad because I'm like, that's good, isn't it? And she's like, we spent like 3 days on it.
Up.
And I'm like, that's good, nice job. And I
nice job, well done.
I need to do a better job across the board conveying my emotion. Something I'm not very good.
All right. Okay. Well. Okay. I'm you. Right. You give me. You think of a present in your mind. This is me opening up the present. Yeah. What am I opening?
I've built you the entirety of Egypt's 3 pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza. Took me 3 months. Look at that.
Oh my God! Oh, it's a wonder of the world. Oh my God! See? And seen.
Wow.
That's how you do it.
He's the best. He's the best. But yeah, no, it's good. I'm 34. Pretty average number. Nothing.
I'm 34, and I want more. I want dioramas in my life. Beautiful.
It's daunting. I mean, you always said that. I remember when we talked about this when I was like 28, 29, 30. You always like, the 30s are your best bit of your life. The 30s, and it's been all right.
I didn't say like Louis Theroux, Chris.
The 30s.
That thing you were saying there about the 30s being the best part of your life.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I didn't have stinking 20s. I had a good 20s, but 30s were A-OK. I got everything I wanted out of life. Went to Japan for the first time, so all that. And yeah, I think it's a cool decade. So anybody fearing their 30s shouldn't fear their 30s, because it's a cool decade. You kind of know where you're at. You kind of know what you want out of life. For me, it was a lot of alcohol, but you know what you I mean, and COVID stole a couple of years of it, I think, possibly. Yeah. Anyway, so.
Well, look at you now. But yeah, cheers for all their birthday wishes, guys, and Pete. I think Pete forgot, as or every.
I didn't forget. I didn't know.
1 week apart.
I always forget. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll ring you up on the 30th and tell you precisely what I need out of you. I need cheese.
Chris,
I need cheese. I know it's 3 o'clock in the morning there, but I need some cheese. Can you DoorDash me some cheese?
Oh, shut up. It's my birthday today. It's Charlotte's birthday on the 23rd, and it's Dalton's birthday on the 30th.
Right, so, okay. If you need to steal our social security details, there's the first step towards it, anyway.
Oh, God. Anyway, let's plunge headfirst into a story from Bumbling Brandon. It says, hello guys, Creamy Chris and Perky Pete. This past January, I went to Japan for the first time, and it was an amazing experience. Still, one thing did happen that I'd never heard anyone speak about. Okay. After taking a day to explore the city of Fujisawa and the surrounding area, I went back to the station to head back to my hotel in Shibuya. Before entering, a man with a newspaper in hand stopped me and asked if I spoke Japanese. I replied, no. Almost immediately, he started talking about some ritual chant that he suggested we do together. He claimed it was a chant to help one become more vigorous and happy. Confused, I told him. Who says that out loud? Confused, I told him that I needed to go and that I really didn't have time to be happy or for a vigorous chant. His rebuttal to this was that this chant would save me. I had no idea what this man was talking about, and I was starting to wonder if this was some sort of scam. Still, he persisted. We do this chant together, and you can leave. At this point, I just decided backing away was the best solution, and thankfully, he gave up. Has something like this ever happened to any of you? And if so, what happened? I still have no clue what this interaction was even really about. Halfway through the conversation, it felt like he was trying to pass on some type of family curse, and the only way to get rid of it was to have somebody else chant the spell to break him free. I guess we'll never know. Thanks to watching your videos on Japan with the last few years, I knew what to expect, and I wasn't overwhelmed on my travels. Keep up the good work, guys. Bumbling Brandon. Sorry, Brandon, that we did not prepare you for the chant ritual, sort of scary fucking scenario.
Yeah.
It sounds like...
that's happened. That's happened so many times to both of us. It follows. Yeah. Which one's that one?
It's where you have a curse, and it's like it's pretty scary. It's like a monster's coming towards you very slowly, step by step, and it's always coming for you unless you have sex with someone and pass it on. Point it'll go after them.
Yeah.
And this is just that, but less. Well, maybe just without the sex, just with more vigor.
Well,
I don't know.
You done the chant.
They do exist. We haven't talked about cult stuff in a while, but there are an abundance of cults and sects and bizarre things going on in Japan, and that's probably what that was, to be honest. What are your thoughts there? What do you reckon?
I don't know. I mean, it reads like an email from fucking Skyrim. Like, why do all of our emails? It's always just like someone giving someone a side quest. So, hi, do you want to do some chanting? Yeah, all right, yeah, fine. I mean, when we sort of talk about
vigorous quest unlocked.
Yeah, it's a vigorous side quest in Yakuza. Like, we laugh at Yakuza that all the side quests are very silly and fun, and there's just a lot of variety in them. It's just life. There's always something stupid happening up there. But it just sounds like somebody. It sounds like those monks that try and sell you a book in London, in the middle of London. You know, like where they go to shake your hand or give you a free book, and then they demand money off you. You know, like monks should.
The one that I remember was the one where they put flowers in your hand, and then they ask you for money. They thrust these flowers into your hand. And Fujisawa though. I mean, Fujisawa's near Kamakura. It's quite a nice area. So I kind of thought, is it like some mystical mountain place? No, it's just Greater Tokyo area. So I don't know. Also, I don't know. But it reminded me of the biscuit lady, the iconic biscuit lady from Journey Across Japan, who pulled me over at the side of the road, gave me a biscuit, a custard cream, and then tried to lure me off to a party. And she showed me photos of the party that foreigners had gone to in the past. And it was a photo of two Americans just looking, a man and a woman, just looking really confused and distraught on a sofa, on just a sofa in a room. And it's always haunted me since. Like, if I just gone, yeah, all right, it'll be fun, won't it? What a lucky escape. She didn't promise me vigor or anything rigorous or happy. So
give me some vigor. I wish I could have some vigor.
I bet you could.
I'm not in my
but those custard creams, at least I got the custard creams, and they helped push me on to the last 30 kilometres to Niigata. God. Anyway, what's going on in Japan this week, Mr. Donaldson? Fill us in with the news. I've been busy recovering from the cycle. I have no idea what's going on. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Chris, you know, as a content producer, I know as a podcast producer, we live and die by our reviews, and a group of 63 doctors in Japan have filed a lawsuit with the Tokyo District Court on Thursday against Google itself, seeking nearly 63 doctors, and they're seeking $9,400. Guys,
$400.
I haven't got a calculator with me, but I don't think you get much money. I don't think that's going to get your costs, to be honest. In compensation for causing harm to their businesses through what they described as one-sided, hateful reviews for their clinics on Google Maps. This suit is the first in Japan and possibly the world to target a platform rather than the individuals who posted the reviews, lawyers of the plaintiffs say. One of the lawyers representing the doctors told a news conference that the main purpose of the lawsuit is not to seek compensation for damages, good because you're not getting any, warning, caused by the poor reviews, but instead to raise awareness over various problems with the Google Maps system. People often misunderstand that I'm taking these actions because I want bad reviews about me to be deleted, but that's not the case. He just basically wants people to stop using medical institutions as one-sided punching bags. Unlike other businesses, patients don't pay the majority of their treatment covered by the national healthcare system. Therefore, we can't give in to any of the demands or all the demands that the patient have. We can't prescribe unnecessary medicines or perform unnecessary tests, the lead plaintiff says. So we have to decline such requests. But when we do it, it can result on bad ratings on Google Maps. Interesting. It's like rate your... It's like that website Rate Your Professor and stuff, isn't it? It's like you can't have any say in who you go to because you're employed. You know, you don't have that much choice in the matter. But obviously, if you've been if you feel like if you feel aggrieved, that's your only kind of recourse, I suppose. It's fascinating how they're managing to do this.
I guess. I mean, Google reviews are a scary thing. You know, anybody can leave them. Really, you can cripple a business quite comfortably on Google. I mean, I rely on Google reviews an awful lot before going into a restaurant. It's like the first port of call, and if it's like below 3.7, I'll rarely go in there in Japan because most restaurants, that's the point. I think 3.7 below, that's when the restaurants are like, oh, we should just go somewhere else. So yeah, I mean, on a restaurant level, I take it quite seriously. On a doctor level, I guess he would as well. I mean, I whenever I'm looking up doctor stuff in Japan, I look at Google reviews again, and some of the reviews are horrific. But yeah,
so you do have the choice to go to whatever for whatever doctor. Procedure. You can sort of go to whatever doctor and go, hey, how you doing? You're not registered with one GP in wherever you.
No, I'm not, and I don't think many people are. You basically just choose where to go. It's not like the UK system where you kind of have like a local GP and your family doctor. Although I suppose because I'm in Tokyo, it's a big city, right? So you can go anywhere, whatever. But in the where I lived out in the middle of nowhere, I kind of did have a regular doctor I went to. But you can go wherever you want. Once you sign up to it, you can go there again and again, whatever. I've had some bad experiences at doctors in Japan that I've talked about before that made me move around. And so Charla, you know, I remember with her thyroid, I joined her on a trip to a few doctors, and the first one she went to was unspeakably shit, and I don't even know how he was a doctor. It was quite frightening. Like, yeah, the doctor stuff in Japan, it's a scary business sometimes.
Are they doctors who kind of review quite well with foreign people? Like the people who kind of review, because obviously, you know, even physically, you're probably slightly different as well.
I mean, yeah, but honestly, I think if the doctor's good, they will get a good review. I think if they've made... I mean, I don't know. I'd need to dig a bit deeper into this news story. I can see why they would be a bit pissed or whatever, but at the same time, you know, I've had the most traumatic experience at a doctor in Japan. The one where I had the cable, the endoscopy, you know, stuffed down my mouth. And it was like... It was like an episode of Mr. Bean. It couldn't have been worse than it was. It was fucking awful. I've probably needed, and since then I've probably needed many endoscopies to look into my stomach. That's what happens when you eat camembert, right? You fucking
so what's down there? It's gin and cheese, Chris.
Yeah, why is there all of fucking France's cheese board in your stomach? Of course you. But I had the most traumatic experience, and since then I'm like, I don't want to do that now.
Don't want to do it. Right.
The doctor, he was like, they put me in like a broom cupboard, and they made me do it, and they were like,
definitely a doctor. Put this in your mouth, get in the cupboard.
I don't know what your image of an endoscopy is. I thought it'd be like a wire cable, right? Like a small wire cable. And I think they do exist, because I've had something put up my nose that was like a wire and had a camera. Very efficient. This was like a rope. It was like the sort of rope you'd use to tie the fucking Titanic port when it comes into dock. Like, it was a joke. And they made me like a mouthpiece, like Silence of the Lambs. So I've got this like mouthpiece, they stick it through. So I don't bite the damn thing. Goes all the way down into your stomach, and then they took the photos, and I'm like gagging for like 20 minutes non-stop because he didn't give me enough medicine to numb my throat. So I'm just gagging over for 20 minutes. And then they took the photos, and they pulled the thing out, and then they hit the print button, and they're like, oh, no print paper, and there's no photo memory on the camera, so we'll need to go again. I was like, no, you don't. You're fucked. That's it. Job done. They got one photo. I think photo came out, and the remaining 4 or 5 photos print. And it was like, and I'm like sitting there, tears running down my face and continuously gagging on this endoscopy thing for like 25 minutes. It was like a horror show. Yeah. And it was very unprofessional. And the fact it was done in like a broom cupboard in Sendai. And that doctor's actually gone now as well. I wonder why. But
you take your rope with you. Take your endoscopy machine with you. Would you have reviewed them badly at that point? What would you have written in the review?
I mean, I'm a nice person, and even if I have a bad experience, I often don't, unless I thought it was like life-threatening. In hindsight, I should have left a 2 stars out of 5. 2 stars out of 5. Nearly choked to death
even-handed
on a 10-meter camera. Like, honestly.
I only came in with a sore foot.
I spend my time with cameras, but I don't want one stuffed down to my stomach.
Yeah. Surely you could have procured like one of those Instax 360 cameras that's stuffed down there instead. Just put that down on a bit of dental floss. Yeah, swallow that and put it out.
Stuffing a whole Polaroid down my throat on a string, just fucking hitting the shutter button. But I think I set myself up to fail. I went to this doctor. He was an all-around GP, not a specialist in
all-around, not inside
stomach health. And I feel like if I'd gone somewhere good, which I should have done, the only reason I went there was because the guy spoke English, and I was like, it's important to be able to communicate in English about medical matters. No, it's important to go to a doctor that uses an up-to-date fucking camera when they're giving you surgery. Like, oh god, it's just messed up, honestly. But I should have left a bad review. I should have done a bad review for that, for what they put me through.
It's incredible. I mean, like, there was a bit of a furore this week. Marcus Brownlee, the
Tech YouTube
review guy, Tech YouTube, proper bloke in that space. He just knows what he's doing. Proper bloke. Like, he's starting in cars now, I think, like electric cars. Anyway, he reviewed a artificial intelligence little kind of button that you wear on your top.
Humane.
And people were, these kind of like tech bros, very excited about the very idea of this little stupid button that you press and then it goes, you ask it a question and it tells you what the answer is. But Marcus, like, very even-handedly just sort of wrote a review that basically said it doesn't do what it says it does, you know, and when it does, it's very, very slow. And then there was loads of slew of reviews because these people had such hope for the future of AI and such hope for the future of this little pin that they were saying that how dare you, Marcus, you have destroyed with your careless review, you have destroyed a nascent product. And it's like, no. Yeah, but it wasn't very good, was it? It didn't do half the stuff that it said it was going to do. So it's that made me giggle.
It's like if I built a robot, like humanoid robot, and I stuck an iPhone to it and pressed Siri, and I was like, "It's my robot. You could buy." It's shit. It's like the humane pin. I was really excited about it as well. It's like it is like a small badge. You put it on your chest, and the idea is that, you know, we don't need screens anymore. The future's arrived. You can talk to the AI. You don't need screens. You can tap it. You can ask for the time, the weather. You can ask questions. What's the population of Tehran? You know, you can ask it, and it'll come back nice and quick. And it's got a little holographic screen, not holographic, but a projector, a tiny laser projector onto your hand, and you maneuver your hand around. Lots of potential. The problem is they released it like 3 years too soon. So, of course, when people are like, oh, this is shit, you released it too soon. Polish it up, you know, make it good. Like, takes more time.
It just sounds very much like, I mean, like the I think, you know, when like a mobile phone's trying to find a network signal, it works harder and harder, so it amplifies the signal as much as possible, but it just gets hotter and hotter and hotter. I think that's what this situation is, and also so the battery life was just quite variable for no good reason, and also it just took too long. So I mean, you're talking network, you're talking, I guess, the time it takes for you to broadcast the voice, for it to send it up to the cloud to figure out what you're trying to say, send it back down again, and then figure out what figure out what the answer is to the thing you're trying to say. It's just the network seemed to be working against it a little bit. That's the sense I got from it. But, you know, a nice little product, first starting point. I think people expect with stuff like that it's going to get it right really right the very first time. We're all expecting to have like the iPhone 1. We're all expecting to have these incredible products, but sometimes it is the Tesla Cybertruck. Sometimes it's one of them.
Tesla Cybertruck,
and they've got to get better.
Day. The pedal falling off, literally all recalled this week as well.
Are they right?
Yeah.
God, all of them. Good God.
No, I was excited for this humane pin thing, and I knew it wasn't going to be perfect, but it looked a lot worse than I could have imagined. I think they will get it right eventually. The problem is that, yeah, like you said, when all the processing, everything is done in the cloud rather than on the device, then if you're not connected to the internet, you're stuck. When I went to the Ryokan with Connor last month, and we were in
Cadmium Lion 2.
nowhere, I remember I
Swab.
couldn't use anything on my phone.
Cadmium Lion 2. Lord. Cadmium Lion 2. I'm not getting any sound from you.
There, god damn it. Okay. It's been off the entire stream. Shit. Well, that's embarrassing. I've been going for almost an hour now. With no microphone. Not that I was saying much, but still. That's a problem.
Cadmium Lion 2. Whoop whoop sound.
Well, let me briefly do my introduction again for people. Welcome to Snap Together Saturday. I am building the Blade Liger still. This is what I've got so far. It is the entire body basically. Here are the blades themselves. They can come out and down. They can also extend a bit. Where's the... I want to break it. There we go. They can slide on the thing like that. So they can come in and out a little bit. They can extend. They've got gun barrels on the end, so you can go pew pew pew. And they got little holsters in the back, right there for rest position. And tonight I am building the feet, the legs. That's more or less was my introduction that I did, 40 minutes ago.
Cadmium Lion 2. Looks great so far, good job.
Thank you. And yeah, there's feeder out of thing. These all sorted out here. The other ones didn't matter too much, but I'm having a day here apparently. Any tangible difference between these? There shouldn't be. The inner toes should be the same. All right. E5, 8, E2.
Cadmium Lion 2. Hibiki is going good, by the way.
That's good. 2, 4, 5, 8. Polycap L, okay. Did you figure out your paint situation?
Cadmium Lion 2. Do Japanese ZWA models have grades like the Gundams?
Not really. There's just the HMM series, high-end master model, which is that this is. And then there's the ones targeted at kids for whatever the current show is. I don't know if they have a sub-brand name other than Zoids Wild. But as far as I've seen, they don't have grade specifically. There's just the HMM line, and then whatever there is for, kids to build. Oh, I'm not very well versed in Zoids. I lived as a kid. I'm slowly getting back into it here as an adult now. This is only the second one I've built, second HMM kit I've built, so I'm not as familiar. I probably won't build as many of them just because they are quite expensive. Each of these was over $100. And it's like 15 for a high grade Gundam, 15 to 20. So we'll see.
Cadmium Lion 2. I loved the build and move models I had as a kid.
Yeah, those are cool. I've got one, a Zoid, old Zoid in here somewhere. Where's that one? Damn it. somewhere I have a Liger 0. Oh, I know where it is. I think. There it is. Liger 0 from whenever they brought them over to the US, 2002 or whatever. Reorganized here. Anything else I lost? I don't think so. Okay.
Cadmium Lion 2. Glitchlit, 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 glitchlit.
The fuck? Is this supposed to be fire? I'm assuming that's fire. Because, Twitch there, my bot just said glitchlit. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, old Liger 0 here, which, in theory, I am trying to sell. Haven't actually done shit with it.
Cadmium Lion 2. Yes, it's supposed to be fire.
That's what I figured. This restream chat being weird. There's Nation Mem Liger 0. I might get that. We'll see. I did not get very many Zoids. Got Liger 0 here. I wanted more, but also I didn't get very many. So I got Liger 0 here. This goes on the chest. Somehow. Mason, I remember this. Missing the thing on that side of the cheek. There's a polycap here. I should probably see if the batteries are still in this. They probably are, and take them out because they are almost, well, they're certainly dead. Probably bled out. Yeah. Liger 0. Circa, like I said, 2002, 2003, whenever they brought them over here. Biggest Zoid in my collection. Well, while I've got them out, let's do a comparison here. Here he is with the Blade Liger so far. Blade Liger's going to be a bit bigger. Similar proportions, actually. They might both be 1/72nd, I don't know. These guys in a long time. Here's the rest of my Zoids collection. The 4 dudes to make the Venusaur thing. I forget what it's called, and whatever this is, I don't even know. This is a wind-up, and I don't have the ripcord, so that helps. I swear I had the ripcord still.
Cadmium Lion 2. Blade Liger is my favorite SWA.
Blade Liger is cool. This one is supposed to wind up with a ripcord. I swear I had the ripcord, but I cannot see it anywhere. That goes there. I remember this being a disappointingly simple kit, whatever it is. I do not know if this is from a show or what. This dude. I said it's very simple. The legs are all one piece. You would pull the ripcord, it winds, you know, it moves the legs, and it is a basic walking. It's not exactly motorized. It's just pull cord, and yeah, I don't know. I got this as a birthday gift. I didn't.
Cadmium Lion 2. Zoid.
Indeed. I don't know what its name is. It's a quick build. Never much cared for it, if I'm being honest. And it's been... What's this? -0. It's just been in the... in purgatory for, 20 years. So these dudes. I liked these cube Zoids at the time. Again, haven't done shit with them in, ages. They can combine into a bigger dinosaur.
Cadmium Lion 2. Spell it with a Y and it works.
Yes, it does. They can combine into a bigger dude by literally taking them apart and putting them together in different formation. They all have the same, just a core of 4 or 5 blocks, and that's their gimmick. I probably should have done more with these dudes. I don't know. So that's my entire Zoids collection. I did not get many. I liked the show, but I was always it was competing with Transformers for my money. That was around the time of Robots in Disguise and Armada. And surprise, surprise, Transformers won out. And Bionicle, actually, now that I think about it. Bionicle was another big one. No, a lot of my money went towards Bionicle. Yeah. Alright, back to it. So I got a series of toe beans here. I was working on sanding down the legs, the bits.
It's going to get it right, really right, the very first time. We're all expecting to have, the iPhone 1. We're all expecting to have these incredible products, but sometimes it is the Tesla Cybertruck. Sometimes it's one of them, and they've got to get better.
A pedal falling off, or recalled this week as well.
Are they right?
Yeah.
God, all of them. Good God.
No, I was excited for this humane pin thing, and I knew it wasn't going to be perfect, but it looked a lot worse than I could have imagined. I think they will get it right eventually. The problem is that, like you said, when all the processing, everything is done in the cloud rather than on the device, then if you're not connected to the internet, you'll stop. When I went to the Ryokan with Kono last month, and we were in the middle of sodding nowhere, I remember I couldn't use anything on my phone. I couldn't look at the weather. I think the calculator struggled.
I couldn't watch House of the Dragon.
My photos were like, some of ththese photos aren't properly saved on your device, so I couldn't do so much. And it was like, Jesus, we're screwed without the internet. And, because you can't watch your favourite Abroad Japan episodes. But, reviews are important. I do think they're important, though. And I certainly spent some time looking at reviews of the Abroad Japan book as a writer who wants to improve. And luckily all the reviews are pretty much what I knew was wrong with the book anyway, which is that the last quarter is hard cramming 7 years into 3 pages. Lessons to learn from. But I don't know. On the subject of suing Google, I don't think that's the best way. But then at the same time, if your whole business is going under because you've been review bombed, then I can sympathise with them to some extent. And I know sometimes Google is favourable and does help when that happens, right? I know in the past Google reviews step in and they sort of block people from reviewing. But
Yeah.
I guess if it's a steady stream of pissed off customers, there's not much they can do about it, really. And
no, especially when it is your opinion. Opinion is codified into law. I mean, you can have an opinion, and that's kind of free speech, isn't it? I mean, I don't know where that. If indeed it does change in Japan, I mean that would set a precedent in that country and make it difficult for anyone to run a review site. I would suggest.
I do love reading reviews though. It's like my favourite thing because they're so like. I was reading a review earlier. There's a burger chain in Japan called Lotteria, and it's the worst burger restaurant you'll ever go in. And I'm reading one now. I just wanted to like do a test of like a bad review, and there's a review of Lotteria. Because I don't know who goes in there. I've never met anyone who's like, let's go for a Lotteria burger. No, you don't do that. Don't. They make all right chocolate at a push and some nice sweets, but the burgers, my God! One time in 12 years I went there, worst burger of my life. And this review, he says, this is not a review of the restaurant, but rather a review of the brand and their franchises.
Cadmium Lion 2.
Are the most greasy, tasteless.
Are there any Zoids you wanted but couldn't get?
Most of them. So interesting about Zoids. The first series we got was Chaotic Century. New Century 0 with the Liger 0, and them. But it was a good series. That's where the Blade Liger came from. That was just Zoids for us. Good enough show. But the one that really captured me, which is why I'm building this, was Chaotic Century, with the Blade Liger, Shield Liger, Blade Liger, Geno Sword, Geno Breaker, the Death Soarer. I want that one. They're apparently making a new one anyway. It's going to be expensive as hell. Probably motorized. But they are making a new one, so I'll get that if I can afford it. I want a Titanosaurus, I think it is. Would be nice. I'm a sucker. I want all the big ones. The elephant was one I wanted as a kid. I forget what it was called, or the mammoth. Would appeal to me. The Iron Kongs were nice. Probably to get a Gojilus of some kind, because just T-Rex. T-Rexes are cool. So I wanted a lot of them, but they tended to run expensive, and I was terrible, still am, at saving my money. I'm very much a spend as fast as I make it kind of guy. So
Cadmium Lion 2. Illifander.
That's the one. That would be the one. These aren't going to stick in very well without something to hook you on there. Let's put the...
Cadmium Lion 2. I have.
Dramatic pause. He has. Oh, wrong way around. Okay. There we go. Is that right? I think that's wrong. Oh, no, that's right. Do 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 do. He'll tell us what he has any day now.
Cadmium Lion 2. Hold on, I'm trying to remember all the ones I had.
A disgusting food to be ever created under God's watchful eye. Other review of the brand and their franchises. Lotteria burgers are the most greasy, tasteless, and downright disgusting food to be ever created under God's watchful eye. The existence of this brand is an insult to humanity. Their milkshake has no taste, and they always have the audacity to only give you one thin paper napkin, regardless of how much food you order. If you like Lotteria, I suggest professional psychological help. And that's from Ibrahim, 4 months ago. Clearly a very unpleasant trip to Lotteria in Tokyo. I love it.
Cracking.
I love reader reviews, my God. We're back to the moment, guys. Your stories, comments and questions over in the fax machine.
Wow.
And we're back with the fax machine. What do we got this week from our listeners? Mr. Dawson.
We got a message from Najib. I think we've heard from him, Najib, before. Possibly not the same one. Hello, Christopher Chris and Peter Beats. On your various cycling adventures, journey across Japan and cyclothons, where did you store your bike when stopping at places? Is it safe in Japan to leave your bike outside? Do people even bother to lock them up, as you've often said how everyone is so trustworthy? In many UK cities, even if you lock your bike outside a shop in broad daylight for 5 minutes, when you come back out, the bike's gone. Thanks, Najib. Yes, Chris. I mean, people have certainly when I was there, they have those kind of little locks at the back, like they're like a little wheel lock. They're not particularly. If you've just got like a city bike, not an expensive one, you usually got like a little
Cadmium Lion 2.
that kind of locks in.
Liger 0, Illifanger, Saber Tiger, Koning Wolf, the Tyra Striker, and like 2 different alternate versions of Liger.
Pretty good collection. These toes are just falling out. I don't like this. Something I'm missing? Yeah, they just go. Don't attach to anything. That I can see.
Cadmium Lion 2. I had a cousin that had Geno Breaker.
Yeah, I built the H&M Geno Breaker.
Cadmium Lion 2. I wanted Death Stalker.
That's the flying one.
Cadmium Lion 2. The Scorpion.
Oh, Death Stinger. I see there's a slight angle. Okay. Or was it the Circle? I don't know. I think it was Death Stinger. That's what I remember. I could be wrong. I thought these were the same there. Slightly different. I got these mixed up partway through when I knocked them around, so I need to figure out which toes are which. These lean slightly that way. Slightly that way. Okay.
Cadmium Lion 2. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Holding.
Cadmium Lion 2. Yes, you were right, Death Stinger.
Thought so. I'd seen the kit like at a hobby shop not so long ago, so it was fresh.
Cadmium Lion 2. Loved that Zoid.
I would say the Death Soar was cooler to me. I like dinosaurs. Surprise, surprise. So the Death Stinger was like the bigger, badder, Zoid, and the Death Soar was like, really? I mean, I get it, but like at the same time, Death Soarer is such an iconic name.
Cadmium Lion 2. No hate on the dinos. Cadmium Lion 2. Stinger just felt super menacing.
It was portrayed well, I'll agree. I can 100% agree with that. I think I also didn't like the guy who was piloting it. Wasn't a fun villain, if I remember correctly. I don't know, I mean, it's been a long time. Whereas, Death Soar was more of a force of nature.
to the spoke at the back, and it looks like you could sort of blow into it and it would open. It doesn't look very secure at all, and that seems to sort of go with most people. But I have seen people just not even lock up their bikes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary thing. Bike theft is a thing in Japan. It does exist,
Right.
and it's quite common. Do you know what the most stolen thing in Japan is, though? Can you?
Hearts.
No. Umbrellas.
Umbrellas. Oh, well, that's fair. I mean, yeah, but you do leave that outside the shops, don't you? Come on, everyone.
It's fair.
I've stolen a few in my time. To be fair, I think I've unknowingly stolen a few in my time. Because you just put them outside and they all look exactly the same. They're all those cheap plastic 7-Eleven ones.
Unknowingly, lies. It's the worst thing when you come out. You've just, you spend 600 yen on an umbrella. And you go in somewhere like a convenience store. You come out and your lovely brand new umbrella's gone, and then you're like, "Do I take someone else's? Does the cycle continue?" And then you have to choose. But don't worry about it too much. Everybody takes each other's umbrellas. When they all look the same, they're all the same crappy, cheap umbrellas from 7-Eleven. It's hard to know whose is whose. No, we put the bikes in the back of a van. We put them in the back of a van, and we lock the van. And I think that's the best thing to do, because the bikes Connor and I have are quite expensive. They're made of carbon fibre, and that's the secret to cycling for 2 weeks. Make sure your bike isn't the weight of a small elephant. Get carbon fibre bikes. But yeah, we lock them up. But they do have sophisticated bike parking in Japan.
Cadmium Lion 2.
Bike park.
Hiltz was his pilot.
You think I remember names at this point? I don't. I don't remember names. I don't remember. I barely remember. Outside of Bit, no, Bit was the second one. Van, Fiona, what was his name? Who piloted the Geno store? Raven. I remember them. The main girl was her May. I don't know. I started watching it a few weeks, like when I built the Geno Breaker, I was watching it, but I've already forgotten the names again. So I'm not good with names.
Parks that you can lock them away as well. But like generally, if I was cycling across Japan alone and I was using my bike, I would get a proper one of those really strong ones that you can tie your bike to something like a pipe or something outside where it's a bit more secure. Not that would necessarily save it, but it's a worrying thing though. For sure. Question from Dawn from LA. He says to Chris and Pete, we already know the time Chris almost died on Mount Fuji, froze to death on an island, and the numerous times Ryotaro also tried to kill Chris on camera. Has there been any other times on your Japan travels where either of you have thought that you were ill-prepared or in over your head? Don from LA. Have you ever been in over your head, Mr. Dawson?
Yeah, I think falling down some stairs in Shibuya was spoken about before. I think that was a big one. I was like, as I was falling, I was like, and I looked up and I saw my friend Alex, and I remember thinking, he's not going to get me to hospital.
Falling
the man's
down.
an idiot. The man is ill-equipped to deal with life at the best of times. But it was a pretty bad fall. I did have bruises right up the back and side of me. It was like proper Hell in a Cell Mick Foley height. It was pretty heavy stuff, to be honest.
Jesus. I mean, the closest time has been with Ryotaro. The time he took me skiing in a blizzard, and there was I could see from I could see maybe to the length of my finger in this blizzard, and we were skiing off-piste in 3 metre deep snow.
Okay.
I'll never forget that. That was fucking terrifying, and I still have no idea what the hell he was thinking. All the time he took me up a cliff to look at a sacred shrine, and the way to get the cliff is just like a a greasy metal chain you have to cling to for dear life, because if you let go, you just die. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you didn't tell me about these things before I was there doing it, because I would have 100% said no. Honestly, the Cessna going over Sakurajima volcano was a bit scary. Probably not as dangerous as Ryotaro, but a bit scary. I remember thinking, we've got one pilot, and he looks quite old, and he looks quite knackered, and we're flying through thick, toxic plumes of sulphur coming out of this volcano. Is he going to be all right? But we made it through, and we're fine. But don't ever go skiing with Ryotaro, for the love of God. And finally, hello Cantankerous Chris and Pervasive Pete. Thank you for many years of entertainment. You mentioned a few times that Japanese people tend to be lactose intolerant. It always confuses me then for Calpis to be a popular drink in Japan. Isn't it essentially just water, milk, yogurt and more milk? Do they make a different version of Calpis for the Japanese diet? Or do people just suffer after drinking the milky goodness of the drink? Many thanks, all the best, Alex. That's a really good question, actually. I guess Calpis can't have that much lactose in it. It must be like a dusting of lactose. It's more like flavouring of lactosey, milky, yogurty flavour than actual full-blown, milk in it, I think. So maybe that's why. Have you ever had Calpis? I don't think you have you?
Yeah, I have. I've had Calpis. You can actually buy Calpis in the Japanese supermarket in near Leicester Square. Leicester Square. I think to be fair, my dad is an absolute sod for a Yakult, so I think he would very much enjoy the flavour of Calpis. You can get my favourite ice cream that I always go on about. Coolish has a Calpis flavour that you sometimes experience. Little special edition. Little meeting of the minds, so to speak. The Lotte Corporation and the Calpis Corporation very much getting involved.
I mean, if you're going to go to Lotteria and eat one of those burgers, be sure to wash it down. The flavours out your mouth with Calpis. I love Calpis. Really good, actually. If you go to like a bar, Calpis sour. It's pretty good. Like Japanese shochu mixed with Calpis. It goes surprisingly well. It goes well.
Agreed.
Good stuff. I'll be having some for my birthday to wash down all that camembert later on. Keep the stories, questions, comments coming in, guys, to bornjapanpodcast@gmail.com, or let us know down below in the comments on YouTube. But for now, have yourselves a great few days. We'll see you right back here to do it all over again as a 34-year-old man. Oh, God. Right back here
34.
On the Abroad Japan Podcast. Bye for now.
Farewell.
Something doesn't fit right. I'm gonna go back to watching Birdie Wing. And to avoid getting zapped, I'm going to turn my microphone off, so if you want my attention, I can
Cadmium Lion 2. Van Flyhingt, Fiona, Zeke Shadow, Raven.
Yes, those are the names of the main characters.
Cadmium Lion 2. All solid characters.
I agree.
Cadmium Lion 2. I had a cat named Shadow because of Chaotic Century.
Nice. Sounds like you were a little bit more into it than I was. I liked the show, and that was more or less where it stopped. So a couple of the kids, as you saw, but I feel like if I get through one page tonight.
Cadmium Lion 2. I tried to make a hoverboard.
How'd that turn out?
Cadmium Lion 2. It didn't.
I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
Cadmium Lion 2.
Not sure that's a good thing. I mean, kid logic, I get it, but just saying.
Cadmium Lion 2. I did my third Liger in 1 hour.
Liger 0? Or different model? I said it had a couple variants.
Cadmium Lion 2. The UD armor.
Oh, the Panzer Jaeger Schneider.
Cadmium Lion 2. But it was still a full build. Cadmium Lion 2. Yes.
I do not get how these feet are supposed to go together. Something feels like it's missing. The way that they have these elevated.
Cadmium Lion 2. Double check the spreads.
They're correct. Now, there's apologize more to this. Just like the way the toe is attached, they don't really. They're held by friction alone. That's weird. P and E, and no polycaps. P133 and E7.
Cadmium Lion 2. Have I shown you my fat girl? Cadmium Lion 2. Charithi.
Don't believe you have. Let's see her. Aww. Cute. That's a cute cat. I like it. Doesn't look fat. Not from that angle. Wait a second. Oh! That's what I was doing wrong. Okay, okay, okay. There's a rail on there that I'm supposed to stick these onto. Okay, that makes so much more sense. There we go.
Cadmium Lion 2. Fat.
That was my bad. I was doing it wrong. I was in the wrong. That's where there's holes in there. Get on. It's like, are they just supposed to go in by friction? No, they're not just supposed to go in by friction. I was doing it wrong. Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. There we go.
Cadmium Lion 2.
Honestly, no. I don't recall that. Not that it didn't happen. Just my memory of the show is hazy. I remember, broad strokes. I started rewatching it a couple months ago. I don't know, a dozen episodes in. Haven't gone back since then.
Cadmium Lion 2. The legs started moving so fast.
That does sound fun. What am I missing here? Oh, that one. Alright, well, these pieces assembled. Let's put this baby together. Feet to foot together here, so this goes on. Doesn't matter what order they go in, I guess. So it does kind of 1, then 2, then the side bits. Okay.
Cadmium Lion 2. How Muse.
How Muse? What? How Muss?
Cadmium Lion 2. Much was this model?
I think about $80. I got it. It was a gift, so I didn't pay for it myself, but I believe the listing, because I just gave on the listing, it was about $80, if I remember correctly. 80 or 90. Maybe 70. I don't think it was lower than that. Those wads are not cheap. The Geno Breaker over there was $110, I believe. So, to put things in perspective, there's one. I feel like the Iron Kong is about that range. There's one called Gojulus the Ogre, which is like $300. It's a Gojulus, but it also comes with a bunch of extra bits. And it's a pricey boy. And like I've seen a couple people build it. I'm like, I could not justify that. Takara teased a couple months ago, and a new motorized Death Soarer. So I'm looking forward to more information on that.
Cadmium Lion 2. Very fascinated about that.
Yeah, I'll try to find the promo for it later.
Space police policeman. What part is this?
It's leg day, baby. This is the front leg. This is going to be the, that's going to go here. Here's a foot and an ankle. And I'm about to build the rest of the leg. And I've also got off camera here. I spent a while on these. I got 4 feet because I missed how the toes were supposed to attach. I got really confused about that, so I got 4 fetums, 4 ankle joints, and then it's moving me on to just the front leg for the side blade things, and then now it's just the front left leg, which I'm about to build out here. So that's what I'm working on. Here is the build so far. You know, the last few weeks. It's just the body. So now I'm building the legs.
Queue for those 2 attractions, but there are outliers, like Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. That has 2 loading zones, but still usually has a very high standby wait time. But for the sake of this video, we are not envisioning this new Journey into Imagination as a roller coaster.
Okay.
I'm not saying that the new Journey into Imagination has to be a boat ride or a conventional omnimover, because the current Journey into Imagination, if you didn't know, is technically an omnimover, just not the same kind as the Haunted Mansion. I am saying, though, that it needs to have a high capacity. A high capacity and a longer ride time than what we have today. But now for the actual attraction itself, the show scenes, the story. What are we going to see when we board our high-capacity ride vehicles? I think it's really important to keep the original spirit of Journey into Imagination alive and present in the Imagination Pavilion. That's why the theme of the attraction is going to be, obviously, imagination. Seeing how far you can stretch and bend and twist your imagination into making something new, making something creative. You keep the original Sherman Brothers theme song. Obviously, you keep the theme song, but you do something new over the course of the dark ride. With every show scene comes a ton of special effects, visual effects, and even old illusions, similar to what you find in the Haunted Mansion, or even on Journey into Imagination today with, say, the Butterfly. Epcot's new tagline is the magic of possibility, and I think Journey into Imagination Chapter 4 should be about the magic of imagination. It makes sense. Now, I'm going to make a sort of outside connection here. Maybe you will understand it, maybe you've never been, but have any of you ever been to a Meow Wolf? Meow Wolf is sort of a walkthrough themed surreal experience. It definitely sort of feels like a grown-up version of Journey into Imagination if you were walking through the attraction. And I think if Disney could Disney-fy a Meow Wolf experience and make it about the power of human imagination, because look at these things. These people used their imagination to make this place and sort of turned it into a ride, a showcase of these different environments and different special effects. You have yourself a pretty good version of Journey into Imagination, of course, with Dreamfinder. I'm not saying Disney should copy Meow Wolf, obviously not. Disney is really good at doing their own thing. I'm saying that they should lean more into sort of surrealism instead of leaning into steampunk and different forms of the imagination. Like, I remember there was a scary part of the original Journey into Imagination. There was a movies part of the original Journey into Imagination. You don't need different types of imagination. We just want to see how far that imagination can bring us, and the practical effects, the practical knowledge that we can gain from going to all these fun places and using our imaginations. Does that make any sense at all? Probably not. You could still have some aspects of steampunk in the attraction, the Dreamfinder, of course, and maybe even his flying machine that he rides at the beginning of the original. Those could make an appearance. They would fit into that sort of wacky, surrealist sort of environment I want them to build, or that I'm just building in my head right now. But they don't have to bring the steampunk back into it. Obviously, you bring the Dreamfinder back in, though. That's non-negotiable. Now, that's not exactly what Journey into Imagination with Figment is today. You do go through Figment's open house, which is my favorite part of that attraction, but you don't really go through different imagination environments. It's mostly a tour through the Imagination Institute, and I think that is the biggest disservice that Disney is doing.
video ain't it.
How dare you? Guys, an absolute tragedy has happened, and I'm not entirely kidding. The timing of this could not be any more unfortunate for a lot of people, but especially for me. In my video that I made on my main channel about space aliens, I mentioned that I, in the past, had birthday parties at Chuck E. Cheese in Fargo, or Chuck E. Cheese's. And as a new father with a couple of kids, I was actually looking forward to the potential of having some birthday parties at Chuck E. Cheese for my children. Well, I guess that's just not possible anymore, is it? Thanks a lot, guys. We were actually in the hospital when I got the terrible news that Chuck E. Cheese in Fargo is permanently closing. I'm gonna keep calling it Chuck E. Cheese. I think it's actually Chuck E. Cheese's, but it's just, I'm probably gonna keep saying it wrong. So here we are. Chuck E. Cheese in Fargo permanently closes with little to no warning. What? Come on now. I almost didn't believe it. I had to go check and see for myself, and they are in fact closed. There's this little note on the door. It's completely empty in there. I think just over a year ago, now, let me say something. People who are into Chuck E. Cheese are really into Chuck E. Cheese. Like, they know everything about it. They know all the locations. They know what animatronics, if any, are still in which cities. I don't care about Chuck E. Cheese. But I do care about the fact that we're losing a staple of Fargo, North Dakota. How dare they do this to me? So a little over a year ago, they renovated this location and got rid of the animatronic band and changed it to like whatever the modern thing is, with a dance floor and like just more TV screens and boring stuff. But it's what corporate wanted, so that's what they did. And now they're closing. So they did all that just to close. Very unfortunate. They must just not have been pulling in enough revenue. So that sucks. This was published on March 18th, okay? The following day, they did another story. Community reacts to Chuck E. Cheese's abrupt closure.
The Chuck E. Cheese in Fargo will no longer operate after giving staff no warning at all. They say corporate called the location on March 17th to bring the bad news, and the next day, they were closed for good.
By the way, on St. Patrick's Day, do you know how many people that live in Fargo are Irish? You're going to send this announcement on this sacred day? Unbelievable. It's crazy when something like this happens and nobody knows it's happening. None of the employees knew this was happening. They just closed. Corporate sent the email, and the next day it was over.
LA News Team's Annabelle Weber heard from former employees today about what the loss means to them.
For years, Chuck E. Cheese has brought the Fargo community pizza, games, and entertainment. A place where a kid can be a kid.
And that's right. That's absolutely right. How many sacred locations like this do we still have, where a kid can be a kid? Never look up from that damn smartphone. Well, you would. If you were at Chuck E. Cheese's, you got hot pepperoni coming to the table instantly. Boom. Oh no, I'm looking at the hot pepperoni. You got that spider stomping game? I'm stomping spiders. You think I care about what's on Snapchat? Absolutely not.
A note on the door simply reads, "Sorry, we're closed." No further explanation of the close.
That's all you get. That's all you want. Imagine walking up to this with no prior knowledge of what was going on. Imagine walking up as an employee. You didn't get the group text? Did you show up for work the next day?
The closure comes 15 months after a full remodel, including a dance floor, new games, and a video wall. For many, Chuck E. Cheese was their first job.
Oh, these guys they're just out here. Now they're out here doing their job and they're getting put on blast. I immediately thought, these guys are the villains. Look at them taking my Chuck E. Cheese away. How dare they? But they're just moving. They're just moving equipment out.
For many, Chuck E. Cheese was their first job.
I think I was a junior in high school, and I started here and worked there for a little while. Super fun.
Marking the start.
Who's this? I think what happened is that Valley News Live, the local news station, put out a Facebook post about Chuck E. Cheese closing down, and then they just reached out to whoever left a comment about it, and were like, "Hey, Stephanie, you used to work at Chuck E. Cheese and send your comment. Would you like to come out and be a part of our news story?" And I love local news for that. That's amazing.
Marking the start of earning an income, Brooke says this place holds a special place in her heart, and it will be hard to find that Chuck E. Cheese interactivity elsewhere.
I think for me, personally, like working here and having been in Chuck E., like that was such a huge.
I'm sorry, what? My whole life is a lie. You know? What's next? Where do we go from here? This whole time there was a lady in there?
Having been in Chuck E., like that was such a huge part of it, and that was my favorite part, like how excited the kids got when Chuck E. came out. That's what I think was the saddest part.
I always wanted to be a mascot. I had a little, like, mini mini bucket list in high school, there were things like I wanted to eat at the Barnes & Noble Cafe. A big aspirations. What was another one? I wanted to... I don't remember what else. The only other thing that I remember was be a mascot. And I don't know if I've ever actually done that yet. Would my high school self even be proud of me? Probably not.
That was my favorite part, like how excited the kids got when Chucky came out. That's what I think would be the saddest part, is kind of missing out on that magical wrap.
The closure goes deeper.
I agree. That's going to be the saddest part, is missing out on that magical rat. Can we make Chuck E. Cheese closing merch? I went to Chuck E. Cheese and all I got was something about the magical rat. We'll brainstorm. We'll figure it out. Don't send me a cease and desist, Chucky. Okay? Chuck, I love that quote. I think that's going to be the saddest part of Chuck E. Cheese closing. Kids are going to miss out on that magical rat. I love local news. I just love it.
Let's bring this foot together. This leg together, rather.
This was one of my first jobs, actually, so this is kind of an Inception-type full-circle moment. Stephanie's first job was working at Chuck E. Cheese, and she's, reminiscing about that. My first job was working at Valley News Live, and here I am reminiscing about that, and we're all doing it together. What a magical thing. And we're all brought together by Chuck.
The closure goes deeper for some who say they're disappointed today's kids won't get to experience the same memories they did.
It's not just a financial burden on the parents. It's, it's something that the kids look up to or look forward to.
Yeah, I wish this is edited weird. What are they talking about, the financial burden on the parents? Are they talking about employees that lost their jobs? Or the fact that Chuck E. Cheese's was one of the more affordable places to go to bring your kids? Because we've got places in town now, like newer places. We have it's called Sweet Shots, and it's like a Topgolf place, and that's not cheap at all, especially if you're going to bring a birthday party there. And attached to it, there's a bowling alley arcade type of thing, and that's not cheap either. So I guess maybe that's what she meant. It is kind of a bummer though, because this was a staple. This was a place that you had to go. It was a must-go-to place until you graduated to Space Aliens, when you became a cool older kid, an edgy kid. And it does stink a little bit. It's kind of a bummer that the kids won't get to experience that magical rat. I'm gonna have to recreate Chuck E. Cheese's at my own house. I'm gonna find a rat costume. I'm going to make lots of matzo pizza, probably, and I'm going to serve it to the children, and I'm actually going to spook them a little bit, too, because that's one of the important things about Chuck E. Cheese, was how scary it was as a child. We had the animatronics, like I said, for my childhood, and I wasn't into that. I didn't like that. And I sure as heck didn't like when Chucky would come out, when this lady would come out dressed as Chucky, apparently. There's a woman up there. I thought it was just this big, scary rat. I didn't know it was a nice lady.
Parties, fundraisers, and other get-togethers that are so important to little ones now have to be rescheduled or just overall canceled.
It's something so little and so minuscule, like nobody thinks of, but it's like the world to them.
I mean,
Wait, the springs don't actually do anything?
Look at how much time I spent talking about space aliens. It does mean the world to a kid. It really does. So, and I'm not joking about it. It sucks that they close. I really do. I'm not kidding about this not being a good thing. I hate this close. It really is a bummer for anybody that worked there and had no idea that they were going to lose their job the next day after St. Patrick's Day of all days.
With little to no warning of the closure, workers at this location are left job searching. And you didn't have to work there to feel for the employees who were abruptly left without a job.
It's me.
So sorry that they did not give you any warning about this. I may live in Grand Forks, but I know the Chuck E. Cheese lifestyle.
Okay, what the hell? Concerned citizen from Grand Forks? Like, that's an hour from Fargo. Who are you? I mean, this got to be a prime example of them just reaching out to somebody on the Facebook page. How did you get in contact with Valley News Live? How did you become part of the story? And they said that they didn't even work at Chuck E. Cheese's. I'm so lost. And who was the second person as well? Like, did they say? Former employee. Okay, so we have 2 former employees. We got 2 Stephanies, actually. That's pretty wild. 2 former employees, and then just 1 concerned citizen? Is that what that was? Concerned citizen. Well, I am as well. We're on the same page. We're both very concerned about this. I'm glad I waited. This was a few weeks ago. I'm glad I waited until now because I think they may have reached out to me to be a part of this had I done a video sooner. And I don't know that I want to be a part of the local news story. I saw how the sausage is made when I worked at Valley News Live, I feel bad for reporters at these local stations because I know from firsthand experience that, like, a news program has a certain runtime that they have to fill, and sometimes it's just literally, what can we use to fill this time. We need to add another like 7 or 8 seconds to this news story. Can we find a concerned citizen somewhere to interview just over Zoom?
I may live in Grand Forks, but I know the Chuck E. Cheese lifestyle.
You know the Chuck E. Cheese lifestyle. That's what I'm saying. I love that Chuck E. Cheese lifestyle, and I'm sad to see it go. I wonder what they're gonna do. Will it say what they're gonna do after this?
Thankfully, that Chuck E. Cheese lifestyle lives on, just not anywhere near the Valley. In Fargo, Anna Bolivar, Valley News Live.
Oh, what? They're just saying, well, at least other stores haven't closed. We don't care about that. We're Fargo, man. At least, the Chuck E. Cheese lifestyle does live on, but we cannot be a part of it, unfortunately.
Okay, that's a leg.
If you have unused gift cards or
Some armor
points
left to put on,
redeem,
but
you can
that's the
visit
gist of
other
it.
locations. However, the items are non-refundable. The closest Chuck E. Cheese from the Valley is in St. Cloud.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's a trek. That's a bit of a trek for a birthday party. Guys, I had to drop in here with a little voiceover to give you just the worst news. We were at Sam's Club shopping today, and we saw this. I mean, are you kidding me? The nerve on these people. The nerve on Sam. How could you do this to us, Sam? Extreme value? Where am I going to redeem this, Sam? You want me to drive halfway across the dang country, Sam? I think what's going to happen here is that they're going to turn it into like a Mexican restaurant. That happens so often in Fargo. Mexican restaurants and car washes. That's like half of Fargo's businesses now. So maybe it'll be a car wash. I think maybe we're just laundering money a lot. Is Fargo the money laundering capital of the world? Why do we have so many car washes? Like, you know what they say, when one door closes, another door opens, and I'm excited to see the future of this location. Alright, anyway, that's it. I just thought the news story was silly. The random concerned citizen from a different city, the magical rat. I love local news, Valley News Live. Yeah, you hold a special place in my heart. Alright, that's it. Bye, guys.
A, C, D, N, L, and K.
It sounds nice. I would eat that. I'm sorry, I would eat that. As I previously mentioned, I will never go to Australia, partly because as soon as the temperature climbs above 25 Celsius, I immediately collapse with heat stroke and only be revived with the liberal application of air conditioning. Not me. This is Dave, who wrote today's script. I love it. 25 degrees is just about right for outside temperature. I think that's lovely. I'd like to go to Australia. My main reason is it's really far away, and now I've got kids. There's like no fucking chance of getting on a plane with them for 24 hours because I don't want to live an actual nightmare. But I'd like to go to Australia. I think I've mentioned this before. I kind of see it's like bizarro England, right? In fact, I've got a mate who's Australian. Or he's not Australian, but he lives in Australia, and he's like, it is like bizarro England.
Yeah, right then, that seems fair enough, really.
But mostly because I am, at heart, a realist, and the chances of me having my life ended by a snake, insect, shark, or drop bear greatly outweigh any potential enjoyment that I might get from a holiday. Someone got me with the drop bears previously. I can't remember who it was. They were talking about drop bears, and I'm like, holy shit, that sounds really scary. And then someone was like, mate, that's just a thing we do in Australia. It's called a joke.
No.
And I'm like, oh, I see. Funny, mate.
I really don't.
Don't get me wrong, some of the best drunken nights of my life have been spent with Australians, and I really do enjoy their company. However, I have discovered that for some reason, perhaps for the opportunity to go to the toilet without the chance of being bitten by a funnel web spider, the people of Australia frequently visit the UK, so I can get my fix, as it were, without endangering my life. As I believe I have also mentioned in a previous script, several of my family members have spent a not inconsiderable amount of time in the land down under. With my cousin George only returned to the UK recently because they'd run out of money. We can't make money in Australia. Isn't Australia, don't they have like a good currency? Don't they have like a strong currency? Don't people in Australia get like, isn't it like $20 minimum wage or something? So I thought they had lots of money, although now the Australian dollar's weaker. Who cares? Let's move on. As he was the most recent Australia survivor, it was he who I contacted for my research on this script, and so the credit, if not the fee, will go to him. And of course, Lorelei, who edits the video. So, without further ado, let us take a terrifying dive into things that Australians find normal but the rest of the world finds bizarre. Backing me up for years, and now back to it. The entire country is literally out to kill you. The word literally is unfortunately one of those words that has been commandeered by young people and now seems to only be used in some ironic way that I don't really understand. Yeah, literally thing is kind of like, I've come around on that. I used to be like, well, not literally. You don't literally mean that. And now it's like, well, language evolves. It kind of doesn't matter anymore. It's like, you can say literally as like a point of emphasis. That's fine. People need to chill.
I literally mean literally. Literally.
A small part of me died the other day when I overheard my 6-year-old say, I literally died laughing. The small part of you died, James. You're like, no, son, no! And you're like, Dad, I'm fine, I'm right here. Oh my God, I thought you literally died because of the laughter. No one thinks, it's fine, we can change it. I mean, my own flesh and blood playing fast and loose with the rules of the English language, that's not what his great-great-grandfather fought in the war for. No, it's not at all. The other one is like decimate, where someone's like, oh, I absolutely decimated that. And it's like, they think it means totally destroyed, but it literally means just like 1 in 10 people being killed. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not what it really means anymore. It does mean to like totally destroy, because language evolves, and that's fine. However, I have carried out my research, and it really does appear that very nearly everything in Australia has the ability to kill you in one way or another, so I don't feel too bad about the slight exaggeration. Imagine, if you will, you're a British person visiting Australia for the first time. You've saved up for months. You spent 20 hours on a plane, and you sleep solidly for 24 hours to recover from the journey, and you're finally ready to hit the beach. Obviously, as a sensible traveller, you have consulted your 27-volume copy of Things That Will F*** You Up in Australia, and you're feeling rather confident. As you make your way down to the ocean, you carefully avoid several stonefish, the most venomous fish in the ocean, whose sting will result in death if not treated. Shit. Admire from a distance several blue-ringed octopi, golf ball-sized octopi, whose venom is also capable of killing a human, and finally wade out into the ocean for a relaxing swim. As you swim, your smugness only increases when you both recognise and avoid the box jellyfish, the most venomous jellyfish in the world, which is, you'll be surprised to hear, easily capable of ending human life. What is up with Australia? Why is everything so poisonous down there? I never really thought about this. I know it's true. Is it because it's warm? It's because it's some southern hemisphere. Why is there so much more poisonous stuff where it's hot? Fortunately, before the sun has a chance to irrevocably damage your skin...
Well, apparently there's a limit. It's somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun!
Everybody is called out of the water because a shark has been spotted.
But they're only white pointers, you big girl's blouse.
Never mind, you think as you arrive, you spotted a rather interesting looking area of forest and you decided to spend your afternoon exploring it. 2 hours later, you've had enough. What you had planned to be a relaxing stroll in the forest actually turned out to be the most harrowing experience of your life. You could barely take 3 steps without having to duck or step over a highly venomous snake. Poisonous spiders seemed to be everywhere, and even though they were not mentioned in any of your books, you have nearly been concussed by 6 or 7 drop bears. Nevertheless, you are still alive, and as you leave the forest and catch sight of your sports utility vehicle, you think that, at the very least, you'll have an interesting story about how you braved the worst Australia had to throw at you and survived. As the huge adrenaline rush brought about by constantly fearing for your life begins to dissipate, you think it might be cool to immortalise this moment with a selfie, so you pull out your phone, lean casually against a tree.
Well, that was your first mistake.
And experience what is described as an immediate and severe burning and stinging at the site of contact, which then intensifies further over the next 20 to 30 minutes and will last from hours to several months before subsiding. What the fuck sort of ivy did you touch? That's right, in Australia, even the trees are out to get you. More specifically, the gimpy bush. Oh wait, I've heard of this. Isn't the one this is that's so painful that people have like actually killed themselves because the pain was so intense? Which contains a potent neurotoxin so powerful and painful that according to one source, an army officer who accidentally grabbed some leaves to use as toilet paper was in so much pain that he elected to shoot himself. Isn't that the sort of thing where it's like you're in so much pain, you just go in the hospital, they put you in a coma or something until it's subsided, right? Because it's like, holy shit, you don't want to be going through that. Before I kill myself, I'll be like, can you do the coma thing? 'Cause it really hurts. And they're like, wait, you want to go into coma? They'd be like, fuck, yes, put me in a coma or I'm getting a fucking gun for myself. For any non-travelling Australians who may be watching, most of the rest of the world isn't like this.
It's not boring.
For example, in the UK, we have one venomous snake, the adder, and the majority of natives will go their entire lives without ever encountering this creature. Even if you're unfortunate enough to be bitten by one of these snakes, I can personally attest to the fact that it only hurts for a little while. Wait, did you get bitten by an adder? Shit. For those of you who might be interested, my cousin George made it back from Australia having only been bitten once. That's enough! The bite from a white-tailed spider causes headaches, vomiting, diarrhea, lethargy, and mild psychosis. After eventually reporting to a hospital with the symptoms, he was told,
Don't do it!
"You'll be alright in a couple of days, mate."
Please,
cat, but we can send you some antibiotics if you like. He was kind enough. It's a terrible Australian accent. Dave said I had to do it, but I'm forced to do it. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I just need to naturally, channel my Australianness. He was kind enough to send me a series of photos that show the progression of the bite over a few days, so I shall send those to whoever edits the video, and they can be included for your viewing pleasure. Maybe. Depends how graphic they are, because I don't want to get this video demonetized, because I like money. Barbecue obsession. In the UK, having a barbecue is a big deal. Anybody who wishes to host an outdoor event that involves outdoor cooking will send out an invitation text message weeks in advance. Much planning and preparation must be carried out, including but not limited to exactly what each individual person should bring, whether alcohol will be provided, which family members can currently be in the same garden as other family members, and obviously exactly what time everybody must arrive so that the ceremonial lighting of the barbecue can be fully appreciated by as many people as possible. Dave, this is very... I don't know, this is not my experience of barbecues in the UK. If you have a barbecue, you just come around to my house, and then you provide food and drink, and people come and eat the food and drink. Isn't that right? And people, if they want to bring some booze, they will. But it's not mandatory, you're hosting. Is that what barbecues are like? Am I this out of touch with England?
No, it's the children who are wrong.
In addition, the original message would always, and I mean always, contain the phrase, weather permitting. If Britain had a written constitution, that would be in it. Although I was always aware that Australians took a much more casual stance when it came to barbecues, it wasn't until recently that I started enjoying Australia's finest television export, Bluey. Love Bluey. Excuse me. Love Bluey. That's when I realised public barbecuing was the thing. Initially, when my child pointed out that there was a barbecue at the play park, I figured that it was just a crazy piece of creative license being employed by the show's creators. Wait, this isn't just an Australian thing. I guess they don't have, public barbecues in the UK. There's a few places in Prague, where I live, where there's it's either a barbecue area where you can bring your own barbecue and barbecue outside, but there's also some pre-set up barbecues, and there's also a place where you can rent barbecues. It's awesome. Surely I thought in a country that often gets so dry that accidentally starting a fire with your flip-flop friction is a real danger. Nobody would allow spontaneous public barbecuing to take place, but it turns out I was wrong.
Attention. If you were the one who's diagnosed with this today,
What the fuck?
It appears that many public places are equipped with unsupervised grills that anyone can use, and to hell with health and safety. I reckon that's because the grills there are much safer than the alternative, which is people just showing up with those disposable grills, which I don't know, maybe they'll throw in the weeds afterwards, the dry Australian weeds afterwards and start a fire. But at least by putting it in a safe, pre-made one, a substantial one, I feel like that might reduce the risk of fire, because just saying no barbecues, well, people are going to barbecue anyway, aren't they? It's Australia. It's worth noting that in the UK, the powers that be have taken a slightly different approach. While some campsites will begrudgingly allow the use of a disposable barbecue, it is by no means the norm. In addition, if you think that it would be a nice idea to hike and save a new forest with all
Christ!
then you had better be prepared to battle with dark ranges. Seriously, these guys can smell an attack from a mile away. Really? That's kind of a buzzkill, and it's the UK. When was the last time there was a forest fire? Never! Has there ever been a forest fire in the UK? I've never heard of it. People have been like, oh son, you don't remember the forest fire of 2006 started by that person just trying to have a sausage? I might, maybe. I don't know. Vegemite. For anybody who's ever tasted this gastronomic abomination, the one-word title for this section would be enough. I've never tasted Vegemite. I assume it's just like Marmite, right? For anybody who remains blissfully unaware of what it is, Wikipedia will tell you that, quote, Vegemite is a thick, dark brown Australian food spread that's made from leftover brewer's yeast extract with various vegetable and spice additives. Isn't that what Marmite is? I like Marmite.
Let's see if I want to get with this.
It was developed by Cyril Callister in Melbourne, Victoria in 1922, and it was first sold in stores on October 1923. nice. I would eat that. I'm sorry, I would eat that. What Wikipedia won't tell you, and indeed what it is only possible to fully appreciate without having tasted it,
7
is how
R1s.
utterly these seemingly innocuous substances. For those of you who have been unfortunate enough to consume Marmite, take that flavour as a base and multiply the atrocity by several orders of magnitude. Now I want to try it because this just sounds like more intense Marmite, and I already like how intense Marmite is.
Why are you the way that you are?
So, how did this alleged food come to exist? Apparently, and I find this hard to believe, it was not only the British who developed a taste for Marmite. Apparently, salty, bitter-tasting goo was also a favourite sandwich filler in Australia. Sadly, during the First World War, it became more and more difficult to import Marmite from the UK, and so a substitute was required. Having brewed my own beer on several occasions, I know what it takes to make. I know that it takes a special kind of mind to look at the sludge you have left over and think, I know that's the kind of way that we eat this. Nevertheless, the British did it. Later, so did the Australians. During my various travels, granted I'm not exactly a jet setter, I have tentatively inquired as to whether or not these two substances are consumed on a regular basis, and the answer seems to be a resounding no. Even America, where the idea of a tasty snack can include cheese squirted directly from a can, or chocolate-covered bacon, I'd say cheese squirted directly from a can, fuck no, chocolate-covered bacon, I'm down with that, 100% down with that. Look, Americans and your pancakes, I thought this would be the most disgusting thing in the world. Pancakes, then you put bacon on it and maple syrup. My aunt's an American. She came to visit and was like when I was a kid, I was like, yeah, pancakes with bacon and maple syrup. I'll make it for you. You got to try it. And I was like, this sounds horrible. And it was awesome. And I've eaten it ever since. America, they don't seem to have succumbed to either Marmite or Vegemite. While discussing the substance with cousin George, he proposed an interesting theory. In his opinion, Australians do not, in fact, like it either. He told me that apart from being repeatedly asked in bars whether or not the beer was warm enough for him, how he felt about Vegemite was the question he was asked most by strangers. Wait, Australians drink warm beer? My joke was always like, you must have Foster's. Not funny! Because that's the joke, because Foster's is terrible.
Oh.
And Australians don't drink it, even though it's always, you know, what's the marketing campaign? There's like a Australian phrase that Foster's used when I was a kid, which I don't remember. But it was always something about like keeping it cool or something. Whenever he responded by saying that he would rather, say, enter a boxing match against a kangaroo or fill his underwear with stonefish than eat it again, he was invariably informed that this was because he was probably eating it wrong. Apparently, the trick is to spread only the very smallest amount, about the size of 2 grains of rice, onto your bread before liberally applying butter in artery-clogging quantities.
This is true?
This, he was sure, makes it taste delicious. Yeah, I mean, that's what you do with Marmite. I put the butter on first, put some butter on. And then I put a little bit of Marmite. Maybe not like I probably have 2 more on there than most people would like. But like spread it on top. It's delicious. What I took away from this advice is that as long as you use such a small amount that you can't actually taste it, it's absolutely fine. If anybody out there has attempted the microdose method of Vegemite consumption, please do let me know about it in the comments. Don't get me wrong, I'm never going to try it again, but comments from crazy people are always my favourite. I feel like I definitely want to get some Vegemite. Can I order some Vegemite? If this was a show where I would stop and like order some Vegemite or go to the store, it'd be, I'm just not going to get that. I'm going to have to order it online, I have to come back another day. Maybe I'll order it, we can try in a future video. Terrible internet. One of the things that I've come to take for granted is fast, reliable internet service. In the UK, oh, you know what I will do? There's now a members thing. Every week I do a members live stream. It's not actually live, we do it live on Discord, so you can watch even if you're not a member, because that's how generous I am. Wildly generous. If you watch it live, I'll eat some Vegemite before we get on with the main show. Second, if you do want to become a member, you can become a member, and then the video is edited by Lorelei and put into like a more concise, tolerable version. So if you want, become a member, and in the near future, you can watch me eat Vegemite. Plus, there's all sorts of content on there already from the last several weeks of members content, so you'll get that when you sign up. Brilliant, isn't it? My capitalist heart beats.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
In the UK, ranked number 34 in the broadband speed ranking table, the download speeds I require to keep my exceptionally busy network free of buffering are available, albeit at an utterly scandalous monthly cost. I have 1 gigabit internet, like 1 gigabit down, because that's the most I can get. And there is a fibre cable at the entrance to my building, which is just sitting there, waiting to be installed. And I'm like, as soon as I have that, I can have 1 gigabit down, but also up.
I hate you.
And obviously, as someone who makes a lot of videos, the up speed matters a whole lot more to me. I'm just like, it's been there like a year and a half. I'm like, building committee, who, run the building, please install the fibre. I want the fibre! However, while carrying out research that did not involve talking to my cousin, I quickly became aware that all may not be well with broadband services in Australia. In fact, there are entire internet forums, presumably set up and maintained by people outside the country, dedicated to informing
Okay, that's one front leg done.
to get onto the land down under.
Only took me 3 hours.
Now, it just so happens that a well-known and well-respected member of the Brain Blaze team lives and works in Australia, and as video editing requires much downloading and uploading of huge files, there's Lorelei, by the way, she's in Australia. I thought I'd send Lorelei a message and ask her whether the rumours were true. Her response, which presumably took an awfully long time to upload, was both amusing and informative, so with her permission I've included it below.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to build the other front leg and then I'll call it a night. I think I've balanced that, not completing an entire page by the fact that I had to build all 4 feet, so that looks like that does balance it out. All the mess ups I made there. So yeah, I'll build the other front leg and then I will call it a night. Let's see how this attaches. See how that goes there. I like how the springs here are totally superfluous. They don't actually do anything. It looks like you've got pistons here, but they don't actually piston. That's kind of funny. Lost my dude. Lost my little pilot.
I could perhaps forgive the speed of Australian internet, which is marginally faster than a sloth who's taken an overdose of the slow-mo drug from Dread, were it not for a reliability that is flakier than Leo DiCaprio when his girlfriend is days away from her 25th birthday. Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio, literally. There's like a track record of him, it's like, girl becomes 25, and he's like, next girl. Leonardo DiCaprio, what the fuck? I recently went for 2 days without internet and was lucky to have booked a technician from Telstra, one of Australia's quote-unquote esteemed telco companies, before the Australia Day long weekend, else it would have been more like 5 days. The admittedly empathetic technician was as befuddled as I had been when gazing upon my NBN installation, as nothing appeared to be out of order. A quick phone call to the NBN company later, and in essence it all came down to someone on their end having entered the wrong information, which is a perfect demonstration of the problem with Australian internet. All the phone companies that provide the internet. All the phone companies that provide the NBN. What the fuck is NBN?
Check this out, mate. This is a new install, right? It's called fibre to the curb. And what that is we do fibre all the way up to here, right? And then from here up into the house, we do a special proprietary technology called thin air. And what that is a bunch of little wireless hotspots that we wire up in the pit here, right, to a little power bank. And these beam a nice little 3G signal up into the house, you know.
Which all households have been encouraged to change over to, are working with a third party. So when you call with a problem,
Cadmium Lion 2. I'm heading off.
Alright, have a good one. I know it's late. I'm going to finish this other front leg, and then I will call it a night. I also didn't know you were still here. So that is totally valid. Have a good night.
provides your internet, you're talking to their secretary. If it should come to pass that I'm charged for that call, you can rest assured Telstra and I will be having words. This is, of course, after I've spent an hour on hold waiting for a customer service agent to actually answer my call. Now I feel bad for all of my bitching about my internet.
Cadmium Lion 2. TTYL keep you updated on Hibiki.
Hell yeah, brother. Brother, whatever.
I get upset when that happens, but generally, that's pretty awesome. And I do have 50 megabits a second upload, which sucks, but it doesn't suck this bad. It's also cheap. I think I pay like maybe $40 American equivalent a month, something like that. It's not expensive. I hate everything! And this is from someone who's living in the sultry tropical hell suburbs of Brisbane. I can't imagine the difficulties of those attempting to gain internet access in more remote areas, such as the Kirika community, the Nullarbor, or in Simon, if you mispronounce this, I will eviscerate you in the comments, out at Uluru. I'm gonna cut your heart out with a spoon! Okay. While those areas might be fortunate enough to avoid having to deal with the NBN, as I doubt they're eligible for such quality service, even the best packages will still have speed so slow you'll seriously consider returning to the days of sending messages via carrier pigeon. So why is it so bad? Why is Australian internet ranked as number 93 in the world? Can't you just get like a satellite internet? Because aren't the satellites the same for everyone? Like, get one of those Tesla ones. What are they called? Starlink. Well, I'm not an expert, but I imagine it has something to do with the fact that everything is Mars from everywhere. In countries as small as England, there really is no excuse for slow, poor quality broadband. However, given that in Australia it's not unheard of to live a long drive from your nearest neighbour and long cables result in high latency, providers could be forgiven for slower service in more rural areas. As for how providers seem to be able to get away with this in these cities, I really have no idea. And that, ladies and gentlemen and others, brings us to the end of this episode. I'd like to thank my cousin George for aiding me in my research and Lorelei for a fascinating insight into Australian internet providers. And yeah, me too. Thanks everybody, and thank you for watching.
Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
You'll be alright in a couple of days, mate.
Please stop.
This video is sponsored by, well, D23 Fan Expo has finally broken me. Actually, they took the Fan Expo out of the name. You see, it's just D23 now. Anything to distance itself from its previous format. This is something new and expensive. Bobby Ives and the finance boys have finally won. While introducing a way to get guaranteed seats for bigger panels, they went ahead and Genie Plus the whole thing. So for the first time, I don't think I'm going. Everyone sit down. This is gonna be one of those bewildered Disney Dan's angry videos. It's the Angry Dan. It might have been obvious, but I'm now just realizing that D23 was entirely built just to juice Comic-Con margins. The Mouse Corporation spent the early 2000s buying up entertainment's biggest franchises just as the popularity of those comic conventions and Disney's new presence at them began to surge. In 2009, our on-again, off-again CEO hatched a plan. Why not reveal the most exciting announcements at conventions we profit from? Thunder, lightning. It's like a old Mel Brooks movie. It took 6 years, but in 2015, Marvel announced that it's pulling out of San Diego Comic-Con Hall H, which at that point had become the mecca for all the hot media tea. Instead, all the new Marvel movies and all the other huge franchises Disney had been acquiring would now be gated behind D23, a growing little fan expo ran entirely by Disney for Disney fans. I love the irony now of Bob Iger's original announcement of D23. We have a fantastic legacy that started in 1923, and it's based on timeless stories and beloved characters and unforgettable experiences. But it's our fans that keep the spirit of Disney alive year after year, generation after generation. D23 is our way of saying thank you and celebrating our fans who bring the magic of Disney to life every day in every corner of the world. So what was D23 initially? Well, this was a thank you club with multiple tiers. The free membership was nonsense with a lot of fluff like access to the website and of course the ability to buy tickets to the expo, but the $75 gold membership, $99.99 today, was packed with perks. Gold members got an exclusive quarterly magazine, and I got a fat stack of these babies right here and over there and behind here. There's too many of these D23 magazines in my home. You also got a yearly gift box of some randomly mass-produced mailer, like this box and those tins and those pins and this weird stuff over here. But hey, you feel like an influencer getting like an officially branded box, baby. The first expo in 2009 was about $100 for a 3-day pass. The whole thing was at the Anaheim Convention Center, literally a block away from the entrance of Disneyland. You were encouraged to book vacation packages and really drink in the joys of Disneyland Resort. It was this really amazing week-long getaway for people like myself to experience the unique resort that's so unlike the tourist hub Walt Disney World has really become. And like all good conventions, it was a real community event. You find fans trading pens, making friends in long lines, and of course, browsing ultra-rare and even long discontinued Disney merch. Also, just like all the antique weird stuff, like the Hatbox Ghost, and also like the giant balloon figment. The convention's so cool, man. But the best part of the convention was the included panels. Breathing in the same air as ultra-famous Disney legends as they were inducted. Yes, Robin Williams. I've been to multiple panels. Heck, I was even in a panel once as part of the greatest reveal of theme park history of all time. And that's just because I was in. I'm a little bit biased there. But it's the core element of going to a convention. All that wonder and access included in a single ticket cost. Little did I know how spoiled I was. So, what went wrong here? Well, Disney is definitely in its pay-to-play era. Now it feels like our fandom is being nickeled and dimed by a company that's already shook all the loose change out of our pockets just to get in the door. A full ticket prior to 2024 might have cost you $200-300 after your $100 membership, by the way, and included everything from the Disney Legends panel to the exclusive park announcements. But today, a ticket to see every panel will set you back an additional $100. And that's just the nosebleed seats, baby. You want those good seats? That's going to be $2,600.
Jesus Christ.
And there's 14,000 seats at the Honda Center. freaking ching! Do you like paying for your seat on an airplane on top of the existing ticket price?
No.
Do you want movie theaters to start doing this? I mean, don't get me wrong. Upgrades and extra convenience has always been available, but as fans, we used to pay for that with our dedication. Disney and everyone else these days just wants cold hard cash. Did you notice I stabbed my membership through the sword? I've got like 7 of these things. Like I said, I've been a member for 6 years. Like, they just keep sending me these. I've got membership cards just coming out my wazoos. Have I ever shown anyone this membership card for any good use purpose? No. Now here's the real question. Who monetizes the monetizers? Put me on top of a mysterious roof. Who monetizes the monetizers? Buying tickets to the 2024 D23 was so broken. The previous D23 took 128 days to sell out. This D23 sold out in 48 hours. In past years, members were permitted just 2 tickets per membership, but this year, you could buy up to 8 tickets. While this move was surely to help friend groups sit together and shop together, it quickly turned into an event reseller goldmine. Thanks to a new partnership with the Honda Center, tickets are now fully transferable through secondary ticket resale sites. And now, you can purchase a ticket for a hefty markup, completely nerfing the whole point of a $100 gold membership. In fact, the first day gold ticket sales had to essentially be halted to keep enough available for the sponsored Visa pre-sale that didn't open until the second day. Did no one think this through?
No.
And it's funny, I'm having a hard time getting some people to see the issue with this. Because for so many small businesses who make a profit supporting Disney, they can't possibly miss this. From their perspective, vloggers, travel agents, reporters, resellers, people in the industry like me, they of course see this as an absolute win. It's a tax write-off for crying out loud. It's a guaranteed seating. It's convenience to the thing that I profit from directly. Bingo! And Disney 100% knows that. Money! I'm gonna start doing it. I just love seeing that genie with the switchblades. But for the everyday superfan, it's not the same story. You were essentially cornered into buying a 3-day panel ticket. I was really only interested in going to the parks panel, but I still wanted to attend the full weekend convention, but there was absolutely no option for that. I would have either had to have bought a 3-day panel seating ticket, or I would have had to have purchased 2 separate transactions, which never would have happened because of the overall queue that continually crashed. Oh, and I completely forgot to mention the Honda Center partnership. Panels used to be on the show floor, but now they're in a secondary location, the Honda Center, which is not really a safely walkable distance from the convention floor. It's like over an hour walk away, says Google Maps. And the panels are now at night, hours after the convention closes. And the biggest kicker of all, you can't bring any bags with you to the panel. I mean, of course you can't. There is a 0-bag policy at the Honda Center, so you have to make sure you hustle back to your hotel room or car to drop off everything you got from your full day of shopping at a merchandise convention. I'm like a freaking hitchhiking ghost by the time I'm done at the convention floor for the day, with all sorts of like bags and chains strapped to me. I've got suitcases. I don't know what's going on and what I bought, but all I know is that I'm sweating my butt off. My dogs are barking, and I just want to get back to the hotel room and kick it. I don't want to continue to kick it into the night with even more hustling. But seriously, why do I keep paying for a gold membership to D23? I paid for it for nearly 6 years, and it became so worthless overnight. I told Offhand Disney to go get a gold membership before the tickets went on sale, and he was like, dude, why did I do this? Because he spent $100 on a membership that he was like completely locked out of using. And then he just got the Visa pre-sale ones. Why am I going to buy a membership to something that you're not going to account for me for in the first place? Why couldn't individual gold members still bought their 2 tickets before the 8-ticket grouping was rolled out? I bought a membership to something that I can't attend because they sold my ticket to someone with a Disney Visa card, even though I have a Disney Visa card. So I guess this is what Disney annual pass holders feel like. And for those of you who don't know, the COVID park reservation policy caused Disneyland pass holders to almost never be able to go to the parks on a short-term notice, having to book like a month in advance, completely defeating the point of having an annual pass. So they sued Disney, and Disney had to pay them $9.5 million. Hilarious. I should be sent an email that says, hey, it looks like you paid for a Disney Gold membership, and you didn't go to the expo. You want that money back now? Look, it's fun for me going to the Disney Park panel. It feels feels like an insider, seeing how things work, seeing how Imagineers think, getting teased some random things the company has no intention of building. But honestly, I was cool with that. You know, it's annoying, but whatever. Blue Sky, Dreamers, Disney, you know. But now, you want me to pay to come sit in on what could honestly just be some glorified shareholder meeting where I have no idea if or when anything you say will happen? Epcot's entire promised vision was flushed down the toilet so fast, and that was the cornerstone of the whole presentation in 2019. We've seen endless concept art reveals that are so far from the finished product that we finally get in the parks. Plus, updates are revealed to us for theme parks in other countries that a lot of people in the audience are just not going to go and visit and see. It's all fine when it's a community event, but like charging me to like hear these things? Why does it feel like Disney is always so concerned with making us believe they're on the cusp of a win instead of like committing the time and energy to actually make the win happen? And now you want me to pay extra to essentially be overhyped and like, you know, borderline gaslit? No thanks. So I'll save a few $1,000s for my Disneyland tickets, the hotel in California, the expo passes, all the rideshare I'm going to be needing for the back and forth from the secondary locations this event has been split into, all the hyper-priced merchandise is just going to be on eBay within a couple weeks, back to the con retail that it was once sold for, you know, and on top of all of that, the panels that, like, you know, I love, they're streamed to audiences at home for free. So so this year I don't think I'm going to D23. I said I'll be at the parks or on a cruise or whatever it is, but enjoying the product instead of being told to pay to show that I love it. Now here's the real question. Are you next? You know, Iger is still gathering up franchises, and he's looking for a replacement that's just as hungry. And he's picking these things up like Infinity Stones. You know, Fox brought in so many new fandoms to be squeezed. Revivals of Marvel franchises, and now we're elevating things like Avatar and all of its big old movies, and now we got The Simpsons and Taylor Swift fans and a Bluey, you know. Even Grandpa's National Geographic subscription has somehow been wrapped up in all of this. Look, all I can say is I hope the thing that you love doesn't get roped into this mega corporation and squeezed for every cent that it can be squeezed for. I hope that the art that you love continues to be made by people who love to make it, and not by people who are paid to make it, or paid to love it. Okay, don't worry, I put on my gamma ray glasses. Everything is safe. Dangry Dan, the danger has subsided, all right? Everything is calm now. The sun's getting real low, all right? So, you know, if you're going to D23, I respect you. I love you. I hope you have a great time. Send me pictures. I want to see what you got up to, you know? I saw Josh tomorrow. What do I need to, I said, hey, Josh, thanks for bringing Hanson back to Disney. And he's like, thanks. You know, what else? I met Joe Rody. You're going to pay $2,600 to see his jangle across the stage. I heard his jangle with my own ears, you know? What more could I possibly get from D23, you know? I'm getting too angry again. I gotta remember the sun's getting real low. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Follow me on all the holy social medias. Let me know. Leave comments about your D23 stories. Let me know if you're going. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. You rock. Until you come in on the audio. I had all that beautiful room tone.
Elon Musk's Cybertruck has been a controversial project from the moment the world first laid eyes on it. But after nearly 5 years, multiple delays, a global pandemic, and one extremely ill-informed purchase, the Cybertruck is finally on the road. And extremely ill-informed purchase, the Cybertruck is finally on the road. And it's falling apart, and it's rusting, it doesn't work, it can obliterate a child's arm. It's just sharp in general.
Oh my god. That's just the edge of the building. Yeah, Cybertruck. Not just for getting you into Yosemite, also for vegetable prep.
It's having critical errors immediately after picking it up.
Oh shit. Not very broken.
Which causes the giant screen in the middle to flash red and blare an alarm really loud while you're trying to drive. They're being delivered dusty. I don't know why that one gets me, but it's just weird. It's been nearly 4 months since the very first Cybertrucks were delivered to customers, and it's safe to say it is already a disaster.
Alright. So it does close. All the way down on the fingers, it's latched.
People used to like Tesla. Like, really like Tesla. But for some reason, enthusiasm about the future of driving has kind of waned, as Tesla cars themselves have become almost unavoidable in America's major cities. There are a lot of factors as to why they're so popular, things like tax credits, being a status symbol, and the fact that people do really want affordable, fully electric cars, especially ones that they can just charge at home. The demand is so high that the EV market is finally starting to generate momentum. So from Tesla's point of view, it makes sense that they would want to put out a radically different product to set their brand apart before the market becomes really oversaturated. Oh, I forgot to turn my lights on. I'm an idiot. I forgot. But as of right now, Tesla is the American EV manufacturer. But that's probably because it's illegal to buy ones that are better and cheaper. But why can't I just buy the better car, you ask? Well, in an article by the Heritage Foundation, a far-right think tank and proud supporters of the worst positions you can ever have, written by that PragerU oil demon, Diana Roth, remember her?
But after 16 years of futile
What
efforts...
is it? Okay, well, we made a joke about their name. Can I have a go? Can I have a go?
Yeah, I think we should each try to pronounce it.
Oh, that's mental.
She's the director at the Center for Energy, Climate, and Environment at the Heritage Foundation. Good. No, I'm glad. And her article titled "America Should Ban Chinese EVs" should hopefully shine a light as to why these cars aren't allowed here. The Heritage Foundation are Congress policymakers, after all. Spying? Americans were concerned in February 2023 about a Chinese spy balloon moving from Alaska to Montana to the East Coast. It was shot down in South Carolina. The balloon, 2,000 feet tall and weighing over 2,000 pounds, contained solar panels and equipment to collect sensitive information. That sounds like ChatGPT. There's no way, right? Okay, so apparently it's not AI. It's just bad writing. Chinese EVs could be equipped with even more powerful spying equipment than the balloon that wasn't spying. They could go anywhere, including military bases, power plants, and cell phone towers, places the balloon had no access to. EVs would be far more effective than spy balloons at collecting important data and at far lower cost, because Americans would be purchasing these vehicles. So yeah, I guess the cars could spy on you, but American cars can and definitely do collect your data as well and sell it and give it to the government or whatever. But to be fair, when a Chinese company does it, it is scary. I want Facebook to do it instead. Comcast, let them listen to what I'm doing in my car. The 2022 Inflation Reduction Act contained over $1 trillion in clean energy initiatives to fund EV and battery manufacturing plants and consumer tax credits to develop a domestic EV industry. The CCP subsidies for Chinese EVs can undercut these programs and American EV production, contrary to congressional intent. So I guess the answer is to make them illegal. I like the subtle budget hawking as well, just planted into that paragraph for no reason. Congress is trying to build a domestic EV market and create thousands of jobs. It's not enough, and the answer isn't to do it more. It's to stop it and also make everything from China illegal. My name is Diana Roth. China has lower costs for labor, both due to its low-wage workforce and from use of child labor and slave labor in Xinjiang. So So with no evidence whatsoever, Diana Forgot Roth claims that Chinese EVs are cheaper because, of course, slave labor and child labor. It's China, they do that there. And then the link goes to a Fox News article about how Temu products were found to be using slave labor by an AI program. Ben Zion identified Temu as a potential source of fraud after seeing the prices for products, which he claimed just don't make sense. I don't understand. I don't understand how this is happening. The AI says it's slavery. The AI flags prices that are lower than they should be, and they immediately extrapolate that to mean it was made with slave labor, and then assume it's done in Xinjiang. Are you scared yet? I'm convinced. Let's go to war with China.
As far as American EVs go, though, the Cybertruck has had some embarrassing problems from the very start.
Oh my fucking god. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
But despite most of the things about it, according to a Tesla fan-made Google Doc, there are over 2 million Tesla Cybertruck reservations. This is a calculation done by Cybertruck enthusiasts using a lot of different factors, but as far as verifiable numbers go, 53,022 reservations have actually been reported directly to them, which aren't necessarily pre-orders. It's only a $200 or a $500 deposit. For context, only 5 million Jeep Wranglers have ever been sold. We're talking about a lot of cars. As of right now, though, it's hard to tell exactly how many Cybertrucks have been delivered and are on the road. Tesla won't say. To be fair, it's only been 4 months of deliveries, but by February, around 1,300 Cybertrucks were estimated to be delivered to customers. And at that rate, it was estimated about 250 to 375 units were being delivered per week, which means if they're being delivered at that same rate at the time of me recording this, between 3,550 and 4,675 Cybertrucks could be on the road right now. It makes me wonder how long it's going to take for everyone to actually get theirs. The Cybertruck website says if you order now, it'll be delivered sometime in 2025, but I have a feeling it might take a little longer than that. Elon Musk is no stranger to making pretty exorbitant promises when it comes to his cars, and not really delivering on them. The Tesla Roadster back in 2011 was an impressive novelty, a proof of concept that it's possible for an electric sports car to exist. But the first model of the Roadster never made it to mass production, and now it's in space. After multiple delays, the second model of the Roadster is now planned for 2026, and it's supposedly going to be a collaboration between Tesla and SpaceX. Elon already said in the presentation for the Cybertruck that they're using the same, like, steel in the rockets or whatever. He wasn't very specific and hasn't really said anything about it since.
So it's ultra hard, cold rolled stainless steel alloy that we've developed. We're going to be using the same alloy in the Starship rocket and in the Cybertruck.
But I guess that wasn't like an official collab. Elon Musk has also insinuated that the Roadster could fly.
The Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla. So, you know, you can expect some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe.
This fucking thing's never coming out, is it? You can pay $50,000 to reserve one, though, if you felt like it. You can always give him more money. Alright, that's enough about fake cars. Now it's time to talk about a real car. Truck. What the fuck is this for? Elon Musk has compared it to an armored personnel carrier.
I guess in a hailstorm, this wouldn't count, would it?
No.
That's the
And
practical.
you know, combine that with a bioweapon defense mode, the HEPA filter that we have inside, you're pretty safe in the apocalypse.
And that HEPA filter is pretty unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
There's some mustard gas in
yeah,
tank.
exactly. Again, like when the apocalypse comes, this is where you want to be.
This is where you want to be. That's right.
In case the world ends, you'll still have your car. Don't worry, your property will be protected under all costs. Also, if there was an apocalypse, how would you charge it? There's not even handles on the outside, so if it lost power, you literally couldn't open it.
Obviously, this would be an extreme situation. The power's lost. You're unable to roll the windows down. Let's go ahead and try the glass breaking tool in 3, 2. This did nothing. Yeah, I mean, I can just poke it out. It basically, it'll crack it, and that'll help you get out in an emergency. But that one didn't even crack.
This thing is fucking stupid. Okay, so before I get to what the truck is actually like, here are some of the features that Elon promised that aren't there. The vision for the Cybertruck is basically an SUV with all kinds of outdoorsy features, but also the power and speed of a real sports car, and the look of a Halo Warthog with a Metal Mario hat on. During the initial reveal in 2019, the Cybertruck was shown to have a 500-mile battery range on the most premium model, of course.
So this dual-motor Cybertruck is going to get on a full 100% charge up to like 320 miles indicated. You can actually drive more like 290. And the triple motor, which I've been recently living with, maxes out at 300 indicated, which is actually more like 265, 275. And it's also not the fastest charging Tesla we've seen either. You go to a regular Tesla supercharger and...
Okay, so this is going to be it for tonight. I will refrain from assembling it because I need to put it back in the box, but I've got the full body and 2 legs built here, so that's going to do it for tonight. Next week I'll do the other legs, the rear legs, and is there anything after that? I think that's it. Nope, after that it's just assembly. I could make the attack boosters, I suppose. If I have time, I guess I will. Might be speedier next week just because I don't have to build the feet and figure that out, so we'll see. But yeah, that's going to be it. Thank you all for coming out. Have a great night. Goodbye.